This summer, Orange Unified offered dynamic learning opportunities that kept scholars engaged, inspired, and growing. Over 2,000 elementary students participated in full-day programs focused on academics, enrichment, and social-emotional learning, thanks to support from our community partners and the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Middle schoolers joined summer enrichment academies and explored project-based learning and future careers. At the secondary level, over 1,000 high school students took part in virtual and in-person courses, earning original credit or recovering credits to stay on track for graduation. And for the first time, OUSD piloted a college and career exploration camp designed to offer hands-on experiences and expand access for our families. Saravilla Middle School hosted a Mandarin Summer Enrichment Program, which offered dual immersion scholars the chance to practice conversational Mandarin through stories, games, and cultural projects. Additional programs included extended school year for students with disabilities, the expansion of the Summer Learning Link for our youngest learners and their families, and our ongoing partnership with Santiago Canyon College, which benefited over 1,000 of our students through the College for Kids program. Here at OUSD, we're committed to keeping learning alive all year long. Thanks for watching. See you next time on OUSD in 1.
I call the opening session of the August 14th Board of Education meeting to order at 5:04 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
All right. Do we have any public comments?
We don't.
Okay. I adjourn this meeting to closed session at 5:04 p.m.
This summer, Orange Unified offered dynamic learning opportunities that kept scholars engaged, inspired, and growing. Over 2,000 elementary students participated in full-day programs focused on academics, enrichment, and social-emotional learning, thanks to support from our community partners and the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Middle schoolers joined summer enrichment academies and explored project-based learning and future careers. At the secondary level, over 1,000 high school students took part in virtual and in-person courses, earning original credit or recovering credits to stay on track for graduation. And for the first time, OUSD piloted a college and career exploration camp designed to offer hands-on experiences and expand access for our families. Saravilla Middle School hosted a Mandarin Summer Enrichment Program, which offered dual immersion scholars the chance to practice conversational Mandarin through stories, games, and cultural projects. Additional programs included extended school year for students with disabilities, the expansion of the Summer Learning Link for our youngest learners and their families, and our ongoing partnership with Santiago Canyon College, which benefited over 1,000 of our students through the College for Kids program. Here at OUSD, we're committed to keeping learning alive all year long. Thanks for watching. See you next time on OUSD in 1.
I'll call the regular session to order for the August 14th Board of Education meeting at 7:15. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. All right, Dr. Manatas, do we have a report of closed session decisions?
No, I am. Yes, item 2B, public employee appointment, Government Code 54957. Board of Education is pleased to announce the following appointments. Erica Crone as Administrator for Accountability. Monica Luther as Administrator Secondary Curriculum. Tiffany Lamb and Maribel Vieira as Assistant Principals, Senior High School. The vote was 7-0.
Thank you. All right, adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
All right, Trustee Thomas, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Bain, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, Superintendent's report.
Well, good evening to our OUSD family. I want to start my report tonight by congratulating 2 talented scholars at Canyon High School. Their artwork was on display at the Laguna Beach Festival of Arts Junior Exhibit in July, and they won first place in the grade level. So a huge shout out to our 9th grade student, Maddie Aquino, for graphite pencil 9 squares, and 11th grade student, Hannah Bekovic, for scratch art dragon. Kudos to their exceptional educator, Kathy Flanagan Rose, who entered their artwork into the county contest. Each grade level had 100 pieces that were chosen to show at Crystal Court in the spring. Then the festival picked 10 from each grade level of those 100 to show this summer, and 2 of the students won first place, so 2 out of 10. So that's super awesome. Congratulations to our children and to the staff. We have been busy preparing our doors to open to start our school year. We've got, we're anticipating at least 24,000 scholars next school week. And I'd like to just share some highlights. Very excited to highlight the expansion of the transitional kindergarten program. The TK, as we call it, was a program in OUSD that only had 11 classes in the school year 2012-2013, with a total of 272 students. Then in 2021, California committed to providing universal pre-kindergarten for all 4-year-olds by 2025. This has now become an official grade level at elementary schools, transitional TK. By the end of 24-25 school year, we had 792 youngest scholars in our classrooms, with a total of 36 classrooms, and the adult student ratio was 12-1. So we had sites with maybe 1 or 2 TK classrooms. For this school year, OUSD is projected to have 1,000 TK students, and California Education Code now requires a student to adult staff ratio of 10-1, with no classrooms having more than 24 TK students at a time. TK is open to any child who turns 4 years old by September 1st, 2025. This year, we will have anywhere between 51 and 52 TK classrooms. So we went from 11 to 51 to 52, depending on how many children we have enrolled. I want to commend our principals, our district office support staff, and HR for the recruitment, the hiring, and the training, our educators who will work with our youngest scholars. And if I did my math right, this is our class of 2040 that will be starting with us. I know, it's hard to believe, huh? Please know also that all of our schools have emergency safety plans. I know parents are always wondering about that. We are working with our school principals to have their plans available on the school website, so be monitoring your school website for those safety plans, and do not hesitate to ask your principals about that. We know that your children are your treasured scholars. Also, as we prepare to open our doors, annually every year we review classrooms for the first 10 days to make sure that we've got the actual number of children in seats that we think we have. We want to make sure we have adequate educational support for our children. We monitor attendance those first 10 days. And then we make lots of calls home to find out why children may not be attending school. This year, of course, we will also be supporting families who may be fearful of immigration impacts. You know, as educators, our job is to educate, and this includes getting children to school so they may be with their peers, learn their content, and really contribute to the learning environment. Also, school brings a sense of stability to a child's life, and we have protocols in place for any family who is fearful to send their child to school. We will work with you, so please reach out. Finally, I was able to do a ride-along this I think it was yesterday, yes, with our lead bus driver, instructor Amy Ramirez, to meet families and welcome our scholars back to school. Our transportation department is a dedicated group of individuals who love our children and are so important to our children's overall well-being. I think I might have some of you here tonight. OUSD transports nearly 1,800 scholars daily. I want to do a special shout out to Mr. Larios, a bus driver who continues to make the difference in the lives of children. He mentors them, he sees them, and he shared a story with our CBO last week about a child who had a tremendous loss this summer. And Mr. Larios' presence in this child's life has truly made a difference. We're grateful to all of our OUSD team members. We're excited to welcome you back to the 2025 school year. As I continue to learn about this great community, meet people, and take in the beauty of the community, I continue to fall in love. To date, I have met with nearly 50 people individually or in small groups. This is just a great place to live, raise children, and spend time. Luego voy a hablar en español, disculpen mis errores. Para las familias que hablan español, quiero asegurar nuestras familias que estamos preparando de abrir nuestras escuelas para sus hijos. Los maestros tienen sus salones listos, los directores están emocionados de dar las bienvenidas y la escuela es un lugar de estabilidad. Entendemos que hay miedo en la comunidad y queremos decir que queremos repetir que podemos dar estabilidad en las escuelas. Si necesita ayuda, por favor, hable con sus directores o alguien en la escuela con quien tiene fe. Estamos aquí para servir, hacer todo para sus hijos. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manadas. Let there be light, please. Okay, thank you, and welcome to everybody. Thank you for coming tonight to have your voices heard. We welcome you. We're happy to have you here. And now that summer break is coming to an end, I want to take a minute to acknowledge the incredible energy and effort that's been happening across our schools in our district. Teachers are back in the classrooms, preparing for their students, fixing up, getting ready to teach. Our administrators have been working behind the scenes all summer. Our classified employees have been working, preparing for students, and families are obviously busy picking up schedules and gathering school supplies and getting ready for the first day of school. And while it is an incredibly exciting time, it's also one that can bring a bit of anxiety and stress. And, parents have questions, students are adjusting to new routines, teachers are balancing preparation with the many demands of the season. And while these seasonal transitions are never easy, I just want to remind everyone, all of us, to remember to show a little kindness and patience. Everyone is doing their best. Everybody wants what's best for our students, and a little grace can make a big difference. I'd like to take a moment to recognize one parent in our district who I actually recognize every year and have for several years. OUSD parent Tonda Fields led a backpack and school supply drive, and this is her 8th year doing it. And she does it just on her own. She reaches out to parents and various people. This year she provided 388 backpacks filled to the brim with essential supplies, totaling with a total of $11,882 in donations. And I know she's not alone. There's a lot of people that are doing great things, but this is something that she just has a passion for, and I'm just always impressed every year, and I try to participate in her work as well. So as we head into the weekend, I just want to encourage our educators, our employees, our parents, our students, just to take a little bit of time on this last weekend before school starts, and just try to relax a little bit, charge your battery, get ready for the week, which will be crazy, I'm sure. But you've earned it, and you will earn it even more throughout the year. So one quick scheduling note before we begin the meeting, and that is we will not be holding a meeting on August 28th, which was set for a placeholder meeting. And it was set as a placeholder for a study session, but we'll instead use the September 25th, 2025 placeholder for that purpose. So on September 25th, 2025, there is a placeholder meeting starting at 5, and we will be having a study session on that day, but the August 28th date will not occur. So that is my report. We will move on to approval of the minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes, one from June 18th. I'm sorry, 2 sets of minutes from June 18th. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Trustee Glass. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. All right, we move on to public comment. Madam Clerk.
We have one public comment for a consent item, and the rest are non-agenda.
All non-agenda. Okay, so the non-agenda items will come at the, I think it's item number 18 tonight. Okay, we will move. We do not have any action items for tonight. We have all information items, and the first item is the 45-day budget revise report from Ms. Holguin. Oh, and Ms. Bolsara. Thank you.
Have a loud voice, but not. There we go. Okay, so thank you, Board President Erickson, and good evening, board members and community partners here and at home. Tonight, Ms. Bolsara will be presenting our 45-day revised budget report, which is an informational item requiring no board action at this time. This presentation will provide you with updates on funding changes and programmatic adjustments that have resulted from the recently enacted state budget. Ms. Bolsara will walk you through approximately $20.5 million in additional revenue that has been allocated to our district, connected with new grant opportunities and program expansions. Please note that this is purely informational. We are not submitting any reports to the Department of Education at this time, and no board action is required. This presentation ensures our board and community stays informed of these important budget developments as we move forward with our fiscal planning process. I will now turn it over to Ms. Bolsara.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. I'm going to go over the key funding changes since we adopted the budget in June. And, local control funding formula is our main source of revenue for school districts, and Governor adopts the budget, Governor proposes the budget in January and revises the budget in May and adopts in June. And we are adopting our budget based on the May revised COLA factors. And as you can see, the COLA factors from May revised to adopted budget has not been changed. But I want to point out your attention to the funding levels that is projected to increase about $2.5 million for 25-26 years. And multi-year budget revision is about over $6 million. And that is mainly because of the TK add-on funding changes that I'm going to go over in the next slide. And also the slight increase in attendance rate that we captured in 24-25 year. So as we know, California's focus is, increasing funding towards the transitional kindergarten, and mainly because of the statewide, focus is really providing the early childhood education, and research also shows that that is really, there are many improvements in the student outcomes in long term. And starting 25-26 year, all children who are turning 4 by September 1 are eligible for TK. And you heard Dr. Manaras that we are increasing enrollment and classes as well. And that will help for our TK add-on additional funding that we are going to be receiving. We are receiving additional $2,397 per student. And also that is because the TK ratio changes from 12 to 1 to 10 to 1, and the total total funding is going to be $5,545 per student that we will be receiving starting 25-26 year. And that is a main contributor for LCFF revenue increase. Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. This is one of the newest one-time block grant. State is allocating $1.7 billion for that, and allocating about $315 per ADA, which is equivalent to about $6.7 million for our district. And this grant is really have high flexibility and allowing districts to address the rising cost and also aligning the state priorities. It's allowing us to spend these funds until June 30th, 2029. So we have 4 years to do the strategic planning and use those funds towards our educators, students, and also aligning local priorities, and in addition to, continue making progress to our state priorities. Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is, originally we have received that grant in 22-23 year, right after the COVID pandemic federal funding expired. And this is really bridging a gap in funding. And our district received about $22 million in funding for emergency block grant. And recently enacted budget also adding additional funding for $114 per ADA, which is about $1.2 million for our district. And these funds are available until 27-28 school year. Beginning with 25-26 years, districts must meet additional requirements to utilize these funds and also include that in LCAP. Expanded Learning Opportunities Program requires us to offer and provide access to TK to 6th grade students based on the unduplicated percentages. If school district's UPP is greater than or equal to 75%, then they are receiving higher funding, $2,750 per ADA in 24-25 year. And if it's less than 75%, then it is a lower funding, about $2,000, and it's for unduplicated students only. Since Orange Unified School District's UPP is 61%, we qualified for Rate 2 funding in 24-25 year. The enacted budget is, you see, they are increasing the budget $4.5 billion ongoing, and also changing the UPP threshold from 75% to 55% makes us eligible to receive the Rate 1 funding starting 25-26 year, which is the higher funding, $2,750, and also requiring us to provide provide the program to all students. Same as last year, the deferrals are back, and what that mean is that it's going to be delaying payment from June 2026 to July 2026. And that's for our districts is about $500,000. And there are exemptions available for charter schools and districts who are not meeting the fiscal obligations, but that's not the case with our districts, so we are fine, and also we will be able to meet our obligations with this deferral as well. So this is the slide that summarizes all the changes of the funding since the adoption of the budget in June. LCFF, we are estimated to receive about $2.5 million. Student support and professional development discretionary block grant, about $6.7 million, and that's available until June 30th, 2029. Learning recovery block grant, additional funding is about $1.2 million, is available until 2028. An expanded learning opportunities program, we conservatively budgeted at about $10 million, but with the change in UPP threshold, we are seeing a huge increase, and it's going to be double the amount. And that is available for 2 years until 2027 year. All this potential additional revenue along with the expenditures will be included in the budget by first interim projections, and also we are going to be including deferral in the cash flow projections for first interim as well.
And just to add on this information here, as Ms. Bolsero was sharing, and as we talked earlier about the amounts, this is great opportunities in terms of additional funding. It is important, though, to note that these are restricted funds in terms of these programs, so these monies have to be used towards these programs. For our LCFF revenue, as was mentioned earlier, that's based on some of the TK add-ons, but it's important to recognize that we'll be working with educational services as well as some of our other support departments to be able to plan for these programs.
Thank you. There were uncertainties in federal funding for this year, and we have heard about a lot. And so this is just the highlighting what are the federal actions took place since beginning of the year that affected education funding. So the next slide really is talking about the federal funds that, if were to affected, 1.7 million for this title programs would have affected. But I'm happy to share that the withhold has been released, and we are going to be funded for 25-26 year for these programs. And we want you to assure you that we are going to be monitoring any changes at fiscal level very closely, and also preparing to protect our core services for this. And what are the next steps for our district? The fiscal teams are finalizing the closing of the 24-25 fiscal year in preparation of unaudited actuals, and which will be presented to you in September board meeting. All the budget updates are going to be including carryover funds for 24-25 year. We are going to be working with Ed Services Department for many categorical funds that are carried over from one year to another, and also including those in our first interim projections, and aligning multi-year projections with that as well. We are closely monitoring enrollment as school starting next week, and that affects our funding, and also monitoring average daily attendance with that. We'll make necessary changes in first interim projections with those, and also bringing the first interim report by December 15 board meeting in front of you. That concludes the presentation. Thank you so much. And is there any question that I can answer?
Thank you, Ms. Bolsara.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, Trustee Thomas.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. You said 500,000 on the deferral?
Yes, it's about 541,000. That's our estimate, and it sometimes changes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Anyone?
Thank you again for the presentation. I had a question about the restricted funds. And so the money that's coming in, because they're grant-based, they're going specifically to those programs. But Orange Unified's been doing some of those programs already. So would that open up some of the general fund money that we were already spending on those specific programs? Or is it going to stay the same where it's just continuing to be spent and the restricted funds are add-ons to those programs?
So yes, sometimes some of those programs we have to provide a contribution because we're not able to sustain them themselves based on the grant. This now opens up that opportunity to be us to be able to look at that and be able to enhance those programs based on this new funding that has come about, and also open it up for more students, especially with the ELOP program, because before it was only offered to certain students based on the threshold that we had. But now that that threshold has changed to 55%, we will be able to offer those programs to more, and hopefully also look at enhancing our programs overall.
Enhancing and expanding.
Correct.
Because not all of our sites took advantage of the specialized programs after school, and then also adding on to CARES.
We'll be looking at that, yes, with Ed Services, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I am also very excited to see the ELOP numbers. I'm wondering if, as we move forward with the planning stage, we can also let parents know, as much in advance, because it's a big change, in the services that we might be able to provide.
Yes, definitely. Those are conversations we're already having. And again, because it is such new funding, it was something that we didn't know was going to go through for sure. And now that we know, we're definitely looking at how we're going to really look at that multi-year planning, right? Because when you look at the deadlines there and then the way that those expenditures have to be made within those timeframes. So we'll be looking at all of that.
I'd
And
also
of course,
like to thank you for having conservative estimates for us.
Anyone else? Okay. Yeah, I have a question on the federal education cuts that were announced and then unannounced. I don't know. So it looks to me like most of the targets were English. I mean, English was declared by fiat as the national language, and some of the programs that are affected are really English language learner programs, immigrant programs, and then some college, higher education programs. But in terms of, so the Title II, Title III, and Title III, you said that we're going to get that funding for 25-26, but do we have any idea if that's going to carry over to 26-27, or are we just kind of waiting?
So the allocation that we receive in 25-26, usually we are allowed 27 months to spend those funds, but we are trying to spend those in like usually 12 months. So that way we are telling the feds that we are spending this money and we need those money every year. And so that's our goal, but we are carrying over some funds because we have other carryover or other funds, grants that we are, similar in nature that we can use, and there is a deadline. So based on the deadline, we are using the other categorical programs first. But these are allowing for 27 months.
Okay, I'm sorry, for how long?
27 months.
27 months, okay. Obviously, some of even though the block grants are limited, some of them overlap with some of those programs that may be cut, right? So like the student support and professional development, even potentially expanded learning could have, some of that money could backfill some of the federal dollars that may or may not show up next year. Is that fair to say?
And that's we want to do this strategic planning because we have this one-time funding, and we want to look at it, that the funding and the timeline, and we want to expand our dollars, right? So we want to look at that, what are the areas that we can utilize and shift the cost, or what we can do with that. And these are student support, professional development is very new. We haven't received all the guidelines related to that program yet, but we have a little bit information. It has flexibility. It is allowing us to use on other, than just meeting those state priorities. So we are going to look at that, and we are going to come up with the plan with Ed Services.
Okay, good. Because, these areas, obviously with English language students, and these are really vulnerable students that we can't afford to not fund these programs. So I would imagine we're just thinking long-term about how we can, we have reserves, which we're okay and we're safe, but those will only last for so long.
Yes, and you are right. We could look at some changing some of the allocations based on that, based on when. That's why, as Ms. Bolsera mentioned earlier, we will continue to monitor that because next year it could be something different. So we definitely want to plan for long term and look at some of those possibility of changes and see how we can make some of that flexibility and adjust if needed.
Right, okay. Yeah, because, I mean, depending on federal funds, probably isn't a good idea right now. Just to make sure, I mean, it changed on July, or what was it, June 30th? We were told we weren't going to receive money on July 1st. It's not a lot of time to adjust, so, okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. And we had no public comments. What are the public comments? You said non-agenda and, consent. Okay. All right, next item, overview of summer deferred maintenance and Measure S projects. Ms. Holguin, again, you're up.
Director of Maintenance Operations and Grounds, along with Ms. Vasquez, our Senior Executive Director of Facilities and Planning, who will be presenting updates on our facilities work. As you know, summer is one of our busiest and most productive times for our teams. This is when we can tackle major projects and improvements that would be difficult or impossible to complete while students are in session with less interruptions to programs. So tonight's presentation will provide you with both verbal and visual updates on the extensive work that was completed during summer, as well as updates on ongoing projects from the 24-25 school year that will be ready to welcome our students when they return on August 20th. And these updates will give you a comprehensive view of how we've maximized this summer break to enhance our learning environments and ensure our facilities are ready to support our students and staff for the upcoming school year. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Harlan.
Good evening. Okay, the custodial training is one of the first things we did at the very start of summer. What it was is we did all the custodians day and night, did 2 4-hour sessions. This was done by a company called ISSA, which is the International Sanitary Supply Association. After they did the 2 4-hour sessions, all the custodians took a test and had to pass it to be certified by this company. Went very well, and we were really happy with the results of what went on. It taught the custodians how to clean from floor to ceiling, windows, chemicals to use, what chemicals you can mix, what you can't mix, and cleaning different flooring, carpet, hard tile, things like that, and how to do it properly. It also taught them how to use different machines, from the floor to the walls to the ceilings, on the proper way to use them, and the proper chemicals to use in them. So we were happy with this training. The next slide was the West Orange. We did a kindergarten overhaul. This will talk about the playground, but what we did after the playground was done is we went in and revamped all the irrigation, and then we put all new sod so they'll be ready for the first day of school. We also are doing this project, we're in the middle of it, at Canyon Hills School for their playground. Canyon Hills remodel, this is when we went in and we abated the floors, and the chalkboards, the old chalkboards that were up there to get rid of the asbestos. We then proceeded to put new flooring in, we put new paint on the walls, and we redid all new lighting. So we went away from the fluorescent lighting, which is now you can't get a hold of, and went to new LED lighting. So project turned out really well. This was done in classrooms 1 through 6, 11 through 13, and the administration building. If you're wondering why classrooms 7 through 9 are not on there, we did that prior, I think it was last summer. Flooring at Canyon, El Medina, Running Springs, Crescent, and Canyon Hills. We did multiple rooms of flooring to replace old carpet or old VCT type tile. And with the playgrounds, I will turn it over to Acela.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Morales, executive staff, and guests. I'm excited to share with you that this summer provided a wonderful opportunity for our elementary schools listed here for the addition of interactive TK Kinder playground equipment designed to inspire our students to be creative, imaginative, and also for fun exploration. These are examples of Anaheim Hills and Sycamore that are currently have been completed and ready for the start of school. In addition to that, this summer we continued with the implementation of the shade structures in package 6A and 6B. This is the list of schools that received their new shade structures. These shade structures provide protection against the sun. They also provide an opportunity for our students to gather, socialize, and also engage in outdoor learning activities. So we're excited for the use of these new shade structures at these sites. We also took the opportunity at Al Medina Gymnasium to have the contractor refinish the flooring and update the graphic design as a corrective action work to ensure that the new finish met district standards, and they provided a high quality product for our students and for the campus-wide use. The gymnasium renovation at Villa Park High School continues. It is not quite complete. However, the contractor, as you can see, has completed the refinishing of the floors and the graphics. I'm happy to share that the air conditioning units are operating. So it is providing a cooler facility. So it is a nice space to be in there, and it's a nice space for our athletes as well as for the use of the campus. Next, this summer, we took the opportunity to replace the much-needed air conditioning system at Palmyra and Serrano. The contractor is still there working on the system. However, I am happy to report again that the air conditioning is running. I did walk both sites with the principals yesterday, and they were very pleased with the cool environment. So it's going to provide our students and teachers a comfortable learning environment in our classrooms. We tried to provide pictures that really were appealing. Unfortunately, HVAC units are not very aesthetically pleasing, so I apologize for that. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Harlan to discuss the deferred maintenance projects.
Okay, this is the part where we would like to thank you for approving the money for the deferred maintenance. As you know, it was $6 million that was approved, and we appreciate that greatly. So one of the first projects, which was a big one, was the asphalt repair, and that was at 5 sites. That was where we went in, we took out 3 inches of asphalt, recompacted the base, and then laid down 3 new inches of asphalt. After that had cured, we went back and striped, whether it was the playgrounds or the parking lots, striped it accordingly so it was ready to go for the first day of school. The slurry coat, which is a little...
Can I just ask clarification? Was that the No Canyon parking lot you had mentioned?
Yes, the No Canyon parking lot and back lot was redone.
All right, great. And you mentioned 5 schools, but there are 4 schools here?
Okay, my bad. I'm getting it confused with the slurry.
Just want to double check. Thank you.
So the slurry, we did 5 schools, and what it is there is we go in and we put like a coat, a water-based coat. It's not water, it's petroleum-based coat to go over it, and it gives it, it's like, the best way to say it is, it's like when you put lotion on your cracked hands, your dry hands. The slurry goes in and it revamps the asphalt to give you more life out of it. After it is slurried, it sets up, and then we go back and repaint the lines for the play structures or the parking lots if that's what's needed. We did painting at Knoll Canyon and West Orange. What this was is we did the roofs last year, so this year we went back and we did all the trim, which was the trim around the windows, the doors, and the roof lines, the fascia. It's basically everything that was blue or green, which is the 2 colors we go with, was repainted those colors to make it look, give it a pop and hide all the sheet metal that was used on the new roofs that were put in. As you can see, it came out really well. Roofing replacement. Fairhaven, we replaced the roof on all the permanent buildings, not the portables, just the permanent buildings. Panorama got all new shingles on their 2 buildings. Villa Park Elementary, we redid the MPR building with a new roof. Orange High School got one roof redone on the 300 wing, I believe it was. Villa Park High School got the Performing Arts Center, or the, what do you call it, the The PAC. Thank you. And with this, I'll turn it over to Acela on the bond.
Thank you. As an update for Al Medina High School, the last phase of the modernization project is ready for occupancy for teachers tomorrow and students. There's still some pickup work that's happening. The finishing touches are still ongoing. However, the facility is ready for teachers and staff with AC operating. The other part is that these classrooms are equipped with the state-of-the-art technology infrastructure, along with teaching walls that provide ample storage for our teachers, along with a 75-inch monitor for teaching. In addition to that, the new lighting and the new upgraded finishes provide a bright and welcoming learning environment for our students. Orange High School, both phase of the bond program, phase 1 and phase 2, has been completed. We're currently in the planning stages of phase 3. Looking at Orange High School and looking at the remaining bond dollars, we have approximately $3.5 million. In looking at the planning stages of this phase 3, we are taking a look at the removal of portable classrooms, as that was a priority in the bond language, and we are working with the principal to ensure and identify the quantity that will be ultimately removed. Canyon High School, both phase 1 and phase 2 have been completed as part of the bond program. Here we are also looking at the planning phase of phase 3 for that project. We have reached out to the architect who was part of the 2014 Facilities Master Plan to ensure that we cover any items that are part of the bond language that may include items such as modernizing the interior of certain classrooms that have not been touched.
How much money was left in that part of the budget?
For Canyon High School, I apologize for not mentioning that, but it's approximately $6 million, just over $6 million.
Okay, thank you.
Villa Park, phase 1 and phase 2 has been completed. Both buildings have been occupied and in use. We still have one remaining item for the new classroom building that houses 18 classrooms. Skylights will be put, probably we are targeting November break to add the additional skylights that have just been approved by DSA. The other piece to that is in phase 3, there is some work that is required to certify the phase 2 project, which includes the rust that we discovered in the 100-200 second level walkway. So we are addressing that. Just water intrusion through the years has penetrated some of those columns. So a solution has been submitted to DSA, and we're hoping that we can implement that the upcoming summer. In addition to that, we are preparing for single point of entry fencing to be part of that phase 3 portion of the project. The facility, or Villa Park, I should say, has approximately $1.6 million of bond dollars that is remaining. For next steps, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Olguin.
So thank you, Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Harlan. And just to add there on the Measure S, as Ms. Vasquez said, we have been working with the site principals and meeting with them to address some of the phase 3. We'll also be bringing to the board more information regarding the funding overall left to address some of those items. For example, as Ms. Vasquez mentioned, we have Villa Park single point of entry, but also looking at Al Medina in terms of administration, as well as single point of entry with all of the, to ensure that we're complying with all of the previous work that was mentioned that may have been descoped as part of some of these phases. As part of the next steps here, and in closing, I want to emphasize that while we're celebrating the completion of this summer's extensive project list, our work never truly stops. Our immediate next steps include finalizing and conducting post-completion inspections on all summer projects, Today, these last days before school starts, it's all hands on deck, all crews out there making sure that we are ready. We know our teachers return tomorrow, and we want to make sure that their classrooms are ready. Updating our deferred maintenance schedules based on what we've accomplished, as Mr. Harlan pointed out, with the board's commitment of $6 million for this year as well as next year. We're already looking at updating those lists and making sure that we're preparing for next summer, and also the possibility of doing any of the deferred maintenance work that we could possibly do during breaks, as well as some that may not impact our programs as much. We will continue to provide the board with periodic updates on our progress and upcoming projects. And additionally, again, I want to extend our appreciation to our entire facilities, maintenance, operations, and grounds teams. Their dedication, particularly during these demanding summer months, ensures that our students and staff return to spaces that were renewed, updated, and ready to support another successful academic year. With that, we'll turn it over to any additional questions or comments.
Excellent, thank you. All right, any questions or comments? All right, Trustee Vane.
Thank you for this list. I'm wondering with the Villa Park gym, are they able to use it, or what's left, or using part of it, or?
Correct. They are currently using it for school events and activities. Right now, the bleachers are not fully operational. However, the manufacturer, along with the contractor, is accommodating the site and pulling out the bleachers manually as is needed. They are secured and safe to be used. However, we do need their assistance until the final wheels are installed, which is scheduled to occur the upcoming week.
Okay, thank you. And also, how long does slurry last? So we put it on and then...
So typically with the slurry, to make your asphalt last longer, every 5 years you're to recoat. So we're trying to do 8 a year so we can stay on that 5-year schedule. So we won't be replacing as much asphalt as we're going to have to.
And then eventually the replacing or the slurry stops working, and that's when we...
It does, but you can, in some cases, you've been able to double the life of without slurrying it.
Okay, thank you. I also really would like to emphasize that I do hope we use our breaks in school to accomplish, as much as we can, and I appreciate that you're working hard on that front.
Okay. Thank you for a thorough and a well-received update. I just want to say one thing. Thank you for repairing the HVAC at Palmyra. Ms. Campbell and Ms. Koo will be very excited about it, and their students as well. And I think that's just really important, so thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you for all your work. I know this was a lot to accomplish over the summer, and I'd like to thank the team for doing that. And no Canyons parking lot, because I had a couple of calls about that in the past, so thank you.
So the list that you have of everything that you worked on over the summer is super exciting. I know that a lot of families were also sharing about specific sites and how when they were repainting Fletcher's asphalt, I think they asked for like a pickleball court because they just got a whole bunch of new equipment. So there's so many things that they can do now. I had a question. I can't remember the exact number, but for deferred maintenance, the full list a couple years ago was close to $1 billion, right? The amount of repairs that our buildings need was fairly high.
Yes. When you look at our facilities master plan, looking at it was reaching the $1 billion in terms of the amount of money. So yes, $6 million puts a small dent, however, a very appreciated dent in terms of moving forward. And as we said, we're already getting ready for some projects next year. And in addition, with some of the projects that you've seen there, that funding is also our routine restricted maintenance. So during the year, we also use some of our routine restricted maintenance to address those needs. So really marrying the funds together to maximize what we can do.
Right, to continue doing everything that, in order for everything not to fall apart. And in the past, even though you've been really great in trying to repair everything that we have, we still have had roofs that have caved in that need repair, that maybe jump the list in the different levels of priorities that you have. So I'm just wondering if the board could receive almost along with that spreadsheet that you have with all the priorities of lists of like where we've moved forward based on all the updates that you just shared with us, and then maybe give an updated list of the new priorities that we have to start working towards.
Absolutely. We'll work on that.
Okay, thank you. And I also appreciate the gym having AC at Villa Park. I remember playing volleyball in there and it was just gross. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my gym question was answered. I was curious if it was able to at least be in use a little bit, and if we knew when it would be able to be used. My only other question, and this, I don't know if this even is really related, but I noticed in one of the pictures, the one that has Knoll Canyon West Orange painting, that I've noticed at some of the sites, they have the large room numbers clearly displayed, and I didn't know if that was something that was being added as you're updating painting, or if that's a site thing. I think we're trying to do that with all the sites.
Yes, that is something we were trying to do, so we are still in the process of hitting the schools and putting up the larger numbers on the doors.
Okay, yeah, I've seen it at some of them, and I just happened to see that. It just made me wonder about that, because it does help with safety. If we're calling EMTs or we're calling emergency or whatever it is, then people know where those rooms are clearly. Even visitors, it's hard to know where the rooms are. And other than that, just thank you. Summer is not a long time when you're looking at maintenance. It's a very quick turnaround, and I know a lot of the sites have programs, and you're working around summer school and all the different things, and it's not easy. And there's a whole group of people that are involved with it. You know, it's like you said, one of your busiest times a year, but the sites are really looking great. I love the shade shelters and just the painting and the upgrades that are happening in the playgrounds. And, you know, I know we are kind of spinning our wheels with deferred maintenance and hoping that we can get more money eventually to improve our elementary schools, but I think we're doing a really great job. But thank you all for what you do.
Just to say thank you. Everything looks great driving around the district, and I know what goes into it, and I don't know why people think us classified people have all summer off, but we don't. Thank you.
You don't? You're not off all summer? I also want to say thank you, and I love the fact that we get to approve all these projects at the end of, you know, or at, I guess, the beginning of the year for the next summer, and then we get a whole packet of everything that was done in one space. I feel like we used to get it a little bit piecemeal, and it's really nice to just have it all in front of us. So thank you, and I like this report style, and hopefully we can do this again next year. It really emphasizes just how much work you did. And it's so important that when our students come back and our staff comes back in the fall, that they have these fresh facilities and not have to live through all the construction, or at least live through the least amount of construction, because we know there's a lot of construction still going on in campuses. Specifically, I want to thank you for the El Medina High School Measure S, getting that completed for school starting. I know that we were really not sure if that was going to happen, and I appreciate the fact that we really pushed it. I don't know how you did it, and I'm not sure I want to know, but I know that we that you really did push to get it done for students when they return. And those teaching stations, especially in the other two buildings that were upgraded and didn't receive teaching stations previously, I'm glad that everything got done. So just to be clear, that whole project, that all 4 of those buildings, are they completely done now? Or will they be in a couple of weeks?
The classrooms are definitely ready for occupancy. The restrooms in the 200 and 300 for staff and students, we're pushing the contractor to have those ready for the start of school.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's
So
still
those-
in question, maybe?
That's still in question, yes.
Okay. And inspection on that, I'm sure, needs to be pretty thorough. Last time for the other 2 buildings, we had some issues, so
Yes.
I know you're aware of it.
Yes.
Yeah, good. I appreciate that. Everything looks amazing. I mean, Measure S is just coming out so spectacularly, and it's just making a huge difference. And I know that the $1 billion worth of upgrades that we need is really for the whole facilities master plan, not just for deferred maintenance. Luckily, that's not $1 billion. But we're making a dent in it, so I appreciate it. And in terms of fencing on the El Medina High School campus, then, is that potentially going to be a phase 3 project?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, along with potentially, well, the administration building?
Yes, the new administration building and single point of entry.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, that is all the questions I have. Thank you so much for putting this all together and for working so hard to make our campuses nice and extending the life of so many of our buildings that are so old. They should have, a lot of things should have died a long time ago, and because of your department, you really have done a tremendous job in extending the life. So thank you. All right, next item. Item 8C, the Emergency Preparedness and Alert System. Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Angel. Oh, and Mr. Wynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pelley, for asking that question about classroom numeration, because we are going to have an update here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, good evening, Board President Erickson, distinguished school board members, Superintendent Morales, staff, and our OUSD community. My name is Ernie Gonzalez, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Student Support and Community Engagement. Tonight, I will be presenting along with Mr. Heriberto Angel, Executive Director of Student and Community Services, and Mr. Tam Nguyen, Chief Technology Officer, to update you on emergency preparedness efforts and share information about emergency alert systems. Let me briefly review our objectives for this presentation. Number 1, provide an overview of emergency preparedness efforts, highlighting key initiatives with progress made to date. Number 2, introduce and discuss strategies that make up a robust emergency alert system that ensures rapid response during emergencies. Number 3, outline the future steps we plan to take to improve communication during emergencies. Here's our agenda. For this presentation, we'll provide a brief overview of emergency preparedness as an overarching concept. We'll provide an update on district-wide school safety initiatives. Next, we will discuss emergency alert systems, provide some detail about the components within an emergency alert system. Lastly, we will outline our next steps to improve communication and coordination during emergencies, and we'll close with some time for comments and questions. Let me start with an overview of emergency preparedness. Our ongoing work in emergency preparedness is guided and reinforced by the policies set forth by the Board of Education. Board Policy 0450, titled Comprehensive Safety Plan, affirms that the board recognizes students and staff have the right to a safe and secure campus and is fully committed to maximizing school safety. In addition, Board Policy 3516, titled Emergencies and Disaster Preparedness Plan, states that the board recognizes that all district staff and students must be prepared to respond quickly and responsibly to emergencies, disasters, and threats of disasters. These policies underscore the importance of establishing comprehensive preparedness strategies that are aligned with the district's overarching vision and standards. Emergency preparedness involves comprehensive plans and practices to respond to natural disasters, human-caused incidents, and health emergencies. Both the individual school site and the district work together. Site-specific safety plans address local needs, while district-wide coordination ensures unified action. Regular training and drills are components of our emergency preparedness efforts. They ensure that both staff and students are well-versed in emergency protocols, enabling safe and efficient responses when situations arise. Equally important are our communication systems. During an emergency, rapid and coordinated communication is critical. It enables swift decision-making, minimizes confusion, and ensures the safety of students, staff, and families. Tonight, we'll provide an overview of our existing communication systems and outline our plans for strengthening them to prepare to better serve our schools and community. The district continually reviews procedures with law enforcement partners and local agencies. Feedback from drills and after-action reports will continue to drive improvements moving forward. Together, these elements, comprehensive procedures, regular trainings, and strong communication form the foundation of our emergency preparedness strategy. Next, Mr. Angel will provide an update on district-wide school safety measures and initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Good evening, Madam Board President Erickson, distinguished board members, Dr. Monades, staff, and our community. My name is Eddie Angel, and I'm the Executive Director of Student and Community Services. Before we dive into our communication systems, I want to take a moment to reflect on the journey that brought us here. Over the past 2 years, our district has made tremendous progress in enhancing safety and security measures. This has truly been a collective effort. Allow me to walk you through some of the key initiatives and milestones that we've achieved together. Perimeter signage and fencing. We began by standardizing signage at all primary entries and exit points at all school sites. These signs outline prohibited items, visitor registration procedures, and facility usage guidelines. They're available in English and Spanish, and also in Mandarin for Fletcher, Saravilla Middle School, and Villa Park High School. Privacy slats. We installed privacy slats at 18 school sites identified as having high traffic areas. These slats served as a physical barrier, helping to deter potential threats and create a more secure environment for students and staff. Building ID, classroom numeration. Large, highly visible signs are being placed to assist our community and emergency responders. Classroom doors are being updated with 12-inch outdoor durable vinyl numbers on both the inside and outside. Phase 1 is complete, covering Canyon Rim, Linda Vista, Richland, Taft, and West Orange. Other sites are in process. Knox boxes. Knox boxes have been installed at all school sites. These boxes allow for emergency responders to quickly access buildings. Their placement was carefully assessed in collaboration with local fire and police departments. Lock blocks. Lock blocks have been installed on all campuses, including the district office. They're designed for quick release, allowing doors to be securely swift, whether at the end of the day or during an emergency. Access control systems. Last school year, we launched a pilot program for access control systems at Imperial, Canyon Rim, Fletcher, Prospect, Richland, Palmyra, and Chapman Hills. Anaheim Hills already had this system in place. These systems integrate door mechanisms and cameras, offering a more sophisticated way to monitor visitor access to the main office. Data is currently being gathered from pilot schools to determine next steps. Vape sensors. Vape sensors were piloted at Orange High, Richland, Portola, and Saravilla Middle School. These sensors were installed in student restrooms and programmed to alert administrators via text or email when vaping was detected. While this served as a deterrent, we encountered some detection challenges. As a result, we've decided not to move forward with expanding this program. Cameras. All elementary and secondary school sites are now equipped with state-of-the-art cameras. These cameras serve as both a deterrent and a critical layer for protection, enhancing visibility and safety across all campuses. Visitor management system. Every school site uses the Raptor Visitor Management System. This system helps us monitor and manage all visitors and volunteers, adding another layer of security to our campuses. Additionally, all district employees are required to wear their district-issued ID badges while on district property. Professional development. Professional development has been a cornerstone of our strategy for safety. 2 years ago, in partnership with the law firm AAL R&R, site admin received training on the California Ed Code related to student discipline and site-based investigations. This school year, AAL R&R will return to provide updated training for our admin. Also, 2 years ago, all certificated and classified employees attended a comprehensive, hands-on emergency response training. In January 2025, virtual sessions were offered to employees hired after November 7th, 2023, and also offered as an optional refresher for returning staff. In collaboration with OCDE, we also hosted a 3-day crisis response training for all school psychs and counselors 2 years ago. This year, we will offer a refresher to ensure consistency in crisis response across the district for all psychs, counselors, and also admin. The commitment to professional development is a cornerstone of our collective efforts as we work towards strengthening safety and security measures across our district. Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines, also known as CSTAG. In partnership with OCDE, all site admin received training on the CSTAG about a year ago. This training provided tools to assess and respond to potential threats on campus. We're currently working with OCDE to train our newest administrators this school year. Emergency Operations Center, also known as EOC. Last year, we established the district EOC in collaboration with our consulting partner, VIC. Located in the Panther Lab, the EOC now serves as a central hub for coordinating emergency response and recovery efforts across the district. As part of this initiative, we developed an org chart, conducted staff training, activated the EOC through a simulation exercise, and drafted the district's emergency operations plan to guide our actions during emergency situations. Every school site has reviewed and approved its comprehensive school safety plan for the 25-26 school year, which includes detailed emergency protocols tailored to meet the needs of each campus. Additionally, each safety plan will include an instructional continuity plan to ensure students maintain access to instruction during emergencies or natural disasters. The development of the ICP was a team effort involving multiple departments across the district and also our partners with OUEA and CSEA. To promote transparency, our district will also be providing guidance for our school sites on how to share information with their communities about emergency preparedness. Together, these efforts have laid a strong foundation for our next priority, which is enhancing our communication systems to ensure timely and coordinated response during emergency situations. So I have reviewed the many layers of safety and security enhancements across our district over the course of 2 years. Now it's time to focus on one of the most critical components of emergency response, which is communication and coordination. In any type of emergency, even the best plans and tools can fall short without clear, timely, or unified communication. This next section will highlight how we're working to ensure that everyone from school staff to emergency responders is informed and aligned and ready to act. During any emergency, a unified response among all parties, which includes school staff, district leaders, emergency responders such as local fire, local law enforcement, is critical. When everyone is aligned, we can manage situations more effectively. This coordination depends heavily on stakeholder interaction. Collaboration between school officials, local authorities, and emergency personnel strengthens our ability to respond. It ensures that decisions are made with clarity and actions are taken without delay. And finally, timely and accurate alerts, especially through systems like an emergency alert system, are key to reducing confusion on campus. When communication is clear, people know what to do, where to go, and how to stay safe, and how to keep our kids safe. This is why enhancing our communication systems is not just a priority, it's a must. In the next few slides, we'll explore how building a more responsive and coordinated communication network is crucial to our district. So I mentioned emergency alert systems. It's one of the most critical tools we have for mass communication during emergencies. At its core, it answers one critical question. How do we communicate quickly, clearly, and effectively during any type of emergency? Its primary purpose is to deliver quick alerts and accurately, helping ensuring the safety of everyone on campus, our students, our staff, and our families. So you're probably wondering, how does this work on a school campus? Depending on what school sites have available, alerts can be sent through multiple channels, such as email, phone calls, PA systems, and even text messages on their personal cell phones. This allows for personnel to coordinate instantly with local law enforcement agencies. And what are the benefits? It helps reduce confusion, but it also, most importantly, enhances safety by supporting quick, informed decision-making on campus by their school principal or assistant principal or any staff member on campus. And now I'd like to introduce Tam Nguyen, our district's Chief Technology Officer, who will talk about how we currently communicate on our school sites.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tam Nguyen. I have the honor of representing OUSD's Technology Services Department. Move forward real quick. I'm here today to introduce you to a platform that is a part of that emergency alert system, which is called Informacast. So Informacast is a mass notification platform that is able to take signals or triggers from multiple sources and then coordinate a unified messaging to many different devices. Some of those devices include strobes, IP speakers, digital signage. As mentioned earlier, some of the functionality of this platform includes the ability to text or call and even coordinate with 911. Of course, these are the capabilities of the software, not necessarily what we have used. But currently, we are using Informacast, and we've been successfully supporting and operating this system for the last 15 years. We've been using this system for all calls and bell announcements throughout our district. It's very reliable, and it uses some of the equipment that I'm going to go through in the next couple slides. As you can imagine, this is a very robust system. It was actually designed with emergencies in mind, and with that, we intend on leveraging our existing success and also the available features within this platform and to build out our emergency alert system. One component of infrastructure and investment that we already have are these familiar voice over IP network phones. So we have about 2,000 of these throughout the district, and currently about 1,380 are already participating in the Informacast platform. These phones are able to, at the moment, receive bells and all calls and provide those announcements throughout the district. The good news is that when we configure emergency notifications this year, we'll be able to include these phones within that strategy. Of course, we already have the telephony infrastructure, we already have the devices, and we also already have the Informacast licenses in order to provide this emergency notification feature. So there's no additional cost to utilizing our phones within this strategy. Next, throughout the district, we have IP loudspeakers installed. Currently, we have 564 IP speakers. They're mainly outside of buildings so that they're covering outdoor areas. The ones that we primarily have are loudspeaker only. They do not have any screens. In the new bond buildings and also the modernized buildings, we have standardized on a more advanced system or more advanced speaker, such as the one that you see here. This speaker not only has the loudspeaker component, it actually has a little strobe. It kind of looks like a camera, but it's actually a strobe. And there's actually a high definition display. So we're providing a loudspeaker, robust audio sound, as well as a visual message to the different classrooms. We do appreciate the board's support in safety initiatives and the funding behind that. We are going to be utilizing that funding in order to install an additional 2,000 speakers in classrooms, occupied spaces, and in outdoor areas. This will allow us to standardize on this speaker system throughout the district, making emergency notification more uniform. The equipment is expected to cost about $2.3 million, and we're working on a bid at the moment for the labor to install the additional speakers. After everything is said and done, it will cost about another $20,000 per year to license the speakers onto the InformaCast platform. Lastly, a big piece of equipment that we already have an investment in are our computer systems. So the InformaCast system has an agent that we can deploy to staff computers in order to involve them into the emergency notification strategy. As you can see here on the right, we can pop up a message. It can be a pop-up that's a little bit more discreet, or we can take over the entire screen depending on how we configure the notification. We have conducted a proof of concept at Villa Park Elementary where we pushed out this software and started an alert, and we can see the alert from the computers, from the desktop phones, and also from the speakers outside, all simultaneously with a pre-recorded message. We are ready to deploy this software to all staff devices. It's automated, and as we work with SCS throughout the year to deploy or implement, communicate, and train the school sites, we will be ready to include the desktops into the InformaCast system and our emergency alert strategy. With that being said, this will cost us an additional $25,000 a year for the licensing in order to provide this functionality to desktops and named users. So with that, you can see that we already have a platform that we can leverage additional features with, and we also have existing infrastructure and investment that we can build off of today. And of course, we do have an opportunity to make that infrastructure more robust, but it gives us a good starting point with software and a platform that we have successfully been supporting over the last 15 years. With that, I hand it back to Mr. Angel, who will speak about the other components of the emergency alert system.
Thank you, Tam. As we continue strengthening our emergency communication systems, it's important to look at the platforms that we use to reach our families and district staff at the current moment. School Messenger, as you know, is currently our primary source of communication to our families. It plays a critical role in delivering messaging to our families. This year we'll be piloting Parent Square at 15 school sites. Parent Square offers a more integrated and user-friendly experience, and we're eager to assess its potential during emergencies and also the timely communication to our families. Our desired state is to adopt a unified communication system platform that fully integrates the components of the emergency alert system. The budget has been allocated for this pilot program, and it will also be considered for future implementation. Mobile radios. Two-way mobile radios are essential tools that support both of our daily operations and emergency response efforts across our school sites and also district teams. Currently, most school sites and district teams use mobile radios. Each site is equipped with an emergency radio that connects directly to our office at Student Community Services, allowing for centralized communication and coordination during emergencies. To improve the system, SCS has been working closely with vendors and also district departments, including maintenance and operation, and tech services to develop a more comprehensive plan for communication. Our goal is to implement a unified and reliable radio communication system that serves all school sites, but also to include the creation of communication zones within feeder patterns so schools can coordinate with one another more effectively. In terms of funding for this project, we're actively researching options and have submitted a grant application to support system upgrades and expansion for mobile radios. Recommendations and next steps. As we look ahead, our next steps focus on strengthening emergency communication and preparedness across our district. First, we will configure InformaCast district-wide. This includes integration with desktop phones, employee laptops, desktop computers, and existing IP speaker and intercom systems. Tech Services began this process over the summer, as Tam mentioned, starting with a demo at Villa Park Elementary. Our goal is to complete implementation by December 2025, allowing us to send alerts during emergency drills, such as earthquake, fire, shelter-in-place, and lockdown scenarios using InformaCast. School sites will also have the option to test an app or a text message alert feature on their personal cell phones. Second, we will be testing Parent Square during its pilot period to assess its capabilities. We'll also finalize our plan to implement a unified radio system of communication, including feeder pattern zones, to improve coordination amongst each school site. Finally, we'll be exploring future capabilities in collaboration with Tech Services. This includes assessing potential enhancements to InformaCast, exploring FirstNet and wireless priority services, considering mobile panic buttons, and staying informed about any emergency safety technologies. Before we conclude, we would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this vital work. From our dedicated school teams, our district departments, maintenance and operation, Tech Services, to our community partners, Orange Fire, Orange PD, OC Sheriff's Department, Anaheim PD, OUEA, CSEA, our consultants, your commitment to student safety has been the driving force behind these accomplishments. I also want to thank our leadership teams, staff, and families for your continued support and engagement. Your trust and partnership empower us to build safer and more reliable, resilient schools. Together, we have laid a strong foundation. These efforts reflect a district-wide commitment to protecting our kids, ensuring learning continues no matter the situation. As we look ahead, we remain focused on strengthening our communication systems and deepening our readiness. We're not just preparing for emergencies, we are building safer, stronger, and more connected schools across our district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is tremendous. It's a lot of information. All right, trustees, who wants to go first? Trustee Yamasaki?
I didn't know if you were picking or going down the line, but I do have some questions. I highlighted the areas. Give me a second. All right. On the third, I think it's the third slide or fourth slide, the one with the Knox boxes. Can you tell me what the Knox boxes are? I know you said that first responders have access to it, but I'm not exactly sure what they are.
Absolutely. So Knox box are, like we mentioned, they're strategically located on each campus, and what it has is a set of master keys, so that way first responders, when they come, they have access to those master keys.
And how would the first responder know where to find the boxes? Like, do they know? Like,
we created maps.
Okay.
So we have maps with the location of the Knox box.
Okay. So I'm assuming that thing on the left side is okay.
Yes, that's a Knox box.
All right. And then you had mentioned that you tried to do vape sensors at some of the schools as piloting them, but you're not finding them effective, or what was the issue with them?
So we ran into several issues with them. For one is they're battery operated, so we constantly have to change the batteries. But also we were getting a lot of false alerts. Mm-hmm. We would get alerts on campus, but then when admin would go out and to go to the restroom, no one was there. Or by that time they got there,
They're gone.
they're gone.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. And then on the next slide, we talk about the Raptor system, and I've seen that obviously at a lot of our school sites already, but I noticed that they were not being used at every site consistently, and so how are we gonna ensure that they are using them at every site consistently? Because I noticed that they could be there, but some staff just let them bypass this system.
That's a great question. So the great thing about this, is we do have access to a dashboard, and we know the usage per site. So in SCS, I know our coordinators will be following up with each school site to make sure that they are using it more consistently.
Okay, so we're gonna make sure that's a priority in the next year. 'Cause
Soon, absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to call out any schools, but I know that.
Maybe afterwards.
The other thing I wanted to ask was communication and coordination. And I'm so happy to hear that you're aligning with our stakeholders. But I don't think you specifically mentioned parents. Are we going to be training parents as well? Because I feel like that's one of the areas that we seem to have a lot of loose ends. Like whenever there is an emergency, parents will pick up the phone, call their friends, text people, and then misinformation gets out. Like, how do we make sure that they understand that there is a process?
Another great question. So currently the way, and this is something that we're actively trying to improve as well, with the support of communications department this year, we've discussed that any message that is sent out on behalf of the principal, we will develop the message so that way parents get that timely message. Let's say we have shelter in place. We want to make sure that parents are getting a message during the shelter in place so that way they know that they're currently in some kind of emergency procedure. Also, we want to make sure that they get another message at the end of the drill or emergency situation, so that way the student is not going home and the student's not telling their parents what's happening. We want to make sure that we are the ones informing our parents what's happening.
Okay, that's great because I've heard of that happening quite often too.
Yes, and I also wanted to mention that's one of the elements of our reorganization plan that we're hoping will, gain within this new organization where we have SES and communications department with, under the same division. So where we'll kind of work hand in hand in some of these projects together, where we'll have more holding statements available for school sites. So there'll be quicker communication out during these periods.
Okay, that would be great because I've seen where messaging or one text message from a parent gets misinterpreted and then that telephone thing happens and next thing you know, a small accident turns into like something big. And anyway, so I think it's really important to communicate to our parents because obviously, understandably, they're concerned whenever their kids are on campus. But whatever we can do to communicate with them clearly, fast, quickly, it would be great.
And just to add to that, I mean, currently with School Messenger, we have the capability of sending out an email or a phone call to the families. Same thing with Parent Square. As a parent, we use Parent Square, and it's a great communication tool where we get information from the school sites immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my next question is the mobile radios. I mean, I thought they were just site-based, but you're telling me that they can go how far in a range? Because you were saying that you want to get them through the feeder pattern so they can go that.
Yeah, I think that's important because I think all of us, kind of have experience with that a little bit. That the mobile radios, there's a wide range. There's mobile radios that have very advanced capabilities, and then there's some that are very simple. I think at some of our elementary schools, they might have some that they use for very simple tasks. It's just a two-way radio. The front office and a classroom. They might have some noon duty supervisors using them, but there are some advanced capabilities with some that have repeaters that allow maintenance and operations to talk to district, to talk to high schools, to middle schools, and you can program them so that way they can be on their own channel, but in times of emergency, they can change that programming or move to a different channel that allow for more regional or wider communication. And so that's what we're researching right now to see if we can kind of spend our money more wisely. So that way, in times of emergency, we're not in silos and we're kind of able to switch channels and be more effective in our communication through transportation, maintenance and operations, and student and community services.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it's great that you have messaging on the computers, but I don't see in a time of an emergency that someone's going to pick up their laptop or their desktop and like haul it with them to look for the alerts. They're going to use either these mobile radios or their own cell phones. So
yeah, I think all the various ones, there might be some redundancy on top of each other, but depending on the emergency, you kind of use what's available to you, and so we want to make sure that we have various communication channels available to us.
okay. And then as far as cell phones are concerned, I know that teachers and employees have the option of using their cell phones to get alerts, but is it an opt-in or is it, how do you handle that? Because
we're going to start with the opt-in on the InformaCast system because we want to see what the capabilities are, and we also want to get some feedback from the staff as well. But the capabilities are also quite robust on the InformaCast system through cell phone services. It will send out simple text messages, but it also has an app that you can use. And the app also allows for two-way communication. It can send a message to you, and it can ask if you're okay.
Okay.
And you can respond back. And so there's advanced capabilities, and so we're going to be testing those out for those people who would like to participate. So at this stage, that piece of it is exploratory, but InformaCast is quite robust. It has a lot of capabilities.
Okay, that's great. I don't want to hog up all the questions, but I do have one more that's really important. Is there, how will the district handle language translations in an emergency? I know you had mentioned that some of the sites have Spanish and Mandarin signs, but like what about the alerts and the text messages and for the families?
At least on the InformaCast system, we will be building out canned messages. And so in a case of emergency, the last thing you want to think of is a script, right? So, but with that, we are able to can
so you
different
have
languages as well.
prepared messages so that you can just, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So that's one of the capabilities, and also with mass notification for communities, such as with School Messenger and with Parent Square, we're able to pull up from our student information system the primary language that's at the home and send out the correct message in the right language. Some of those translations, we can manually put in those translations, and then there's also AI-based translations as well.
And is there plans to use any social media to get the word out?
That depends. And so we have
I know it's not always as reliable.
We have it as a
do.
potential, but we're really excited about the potential use of Parent Square, about the what we're hearing about the capabilities, including the automatic translation feature that it has, and has in terms of text messaging, and so it may do some of those features that we currently see through social media in terms of multiple ways in which they're getting a hold of our families. So we may do that, but if we see that all else is failing and in a certain emergencies, we know that we have those channels as well at our disposal.
Because I know that even though parents may be connected to our system, but sometimes you have neighbors who might want to be alerted of something that's happening that are not parents anymore, or they don't have kids in our system. So if you're a neighbor living next to a school and say there's a fire, and how would they know, right? Like they're not on our system. So That's why and it seems to me like Nextdoor and social media, that's like one of the places people go to. Otherwise, you get random people posting, and then everyone thinks that's
I
what
know
it is.
Nextdoor can get quite active at times, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate all your hard work.
You're welcome.
I'm glad to go next. I think that I have some similar concerns as Trustee Yamasaki, but first I'm glad that Dr. Manares noted the websites, because I think it's very important that our parents have easy access. We've seen, some public comment of people not really knowing, what to do or where to find it. I'm wondering if you can confirm that the school safety plan has routes for parents, where to drive, where to park, how to, all of that.
Great question. So yes, part of a emergency plan, as you know, I know in the past and other plans that other districts have had, it's not recommended to have a certain location because it all depends on the emergency. So for example, we have a fire, we don't want to put in our plan that we want all families to report to a certain school, right? But it all depends, working in conjunction with local law, local fire, that's why the communication is critical in situations like that. So as soon as we're getting information, we will notify the parents immediately where they can pick up students or what the plan is depending on the situation that's currently happening. So this is why, we're trying to strengthen and enhance the ways that we're communicating with our families and also our staff on campus.
So the school safety plan says stay tuned and
Sorry?
So the school safety plan is like, just watch for information. Parents want to know, say there is a fire, like they're going to drive there.
I think one of the driving forces when it comes to emergency planning is flexibility, because even when you're planning for reunification with parents, if you plan for a certain portion of your campus, which is a really great place for parents to pick up and reunify with, with their child, that may not be the best place depending on the emergency. And so if you tell parents on, like a website or somewhere like this is the place, and that's where the danger is, and that's where they go, that may not be good. So there's a balance to providing information and providing, letting parents know that, there are plans, but there is some flexibility, and you need to watch out for communications from the school site, and to be prepared. And so there's a little bit of that balance, in terms of the school site being prepared. And then one of the other things I thought I'd mention too, in terms of information that we would provide on the website, there is a school of thought in terms of like, if you give too much information to the wrong people, that's also not good.
Right, yeah.
So we also have to be balanced in that approach as well.
And the instructional continuity plan will also be available for parents to just see beforehand.
Yes, it will.
Okay, let's talk about the slats. So they're not at all the school sites. I understand, some are higher traffic areas than others. Why aren't they just at all of them? They're expensive, right? Or
so the current schools that we have slats at, those were identified with high traffic areas. I mean, we can absolutely, do another assessment of all schools and work with business services and determining maybe perhaps if there's a possibility to have them at all school sites.
they're also not the prettiest, things, so I get that as well. But obviously, the safety of our students is paramount, and I'd like to see, an additional study to see if maybe traffic's changed, or I don't know when the last time this was evaluated. Trustee Yamasaki also asked about the vape sensors, but I don't think I heard, is there an alternative plan or like something else that we're gonna try since we didn't like the first one?
We can definitely look into that.
Okay. Also, I would like to thank Mrs. Arceo for helping test out some of that new software at Villa Park Elementary. I think that's really great. And I would like to note that the school that I teach at has the emergency alert system, and it is awesome. Anytime anything happens, right away we receive a phone call and a text and an email and something like flashing on the thing, and it is very helpful. So I'm really glad to hear that we are looking into that and are looking into adopting that system. Something that would help me just in general is, where are we with our district? Are we on the cutting edge of this? Are we the last, to adopt? And kind of how are we doing relative to other schools, regionally? Is there something else that we should be doing?
Well, I could share this. In working with our consulting firm, we are ahead of the game.
Okay.
So in comparison to other districts.
Great answer.
Yes, and we are. I'm not just saying that, but they have said, like, you guys are doing things that no other district's doing.
Okay.
Just revising our plans for emergency operations, developing our EOC. Every single enhancement we've done across the district, the professional development is key too, because that's something that you don't see quite often.
Right, this Friday they're all doing it, right?
Right, so we're really covering a lot across our district, which, it's really a collective effort. And it's not just a testament of our department, but it's everyone in this district office.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I'll be quick. The 2,000 speakers, what's our timeline for that?
That's a great question. At the moment, we are developing the bid to go out in order to install those. We do have to touch quite a few locations. There's just one speaker per area, and so we're talking about every area throughout the district. We expect that work to take possibly a 2-year time frame. Hopefully we can do that faster. It is going to be second shift work, so that's after all the students and staff have left, so it's at night. And so those are our constraints there, but hopefully we get a favorable bid as well as favorable timeline on that installation.
Okay, thank you. With regards to everything we've been talking about, the radios, et cetera, what kind of cooperation is our district dealing with regards to our other agencies? So OPD, OFD, what kind of cooperation? Because I know that there are times when events take place, right? And as the channel comes in, it may be contacting, Executive Director Angel, but there may be need from other organizations to go out and help at a site. So what kind of cooperation do you have with regards to that?
It's another great question. So, as you know, SCS, we have our coordinators. We have 2 coordinators, Mr. McLaughlin, and we also have Mr. Smith, who directly support our feeder schools. Mr. Smith directly supports our Villa Park and Alma feeder schools. Mr. McLaughlin supports Canyon and Orange. We have direct access to lieutenants, captains, even the chiefs from police departments. So we're constantly interacting with them, through cell phones, visits. We also have keep in mind, we have 2 school resource officers. Historically, we've had 1 for Orange. Last year, we were able to add an additional, so now we have 2, and we also have another SRO for serving the schools in Villa Park. So in terms of that, we have direct access to all local law enforcement, which is a great partnership that we have.
Just real quick on that point, is there a cooperative relationship with Chapman? We'll work on it.
Yeah, we will now.
Okay. So my final question, thank you for that, because that just came to my mind. There's recent concerns about certain law enforcement activities in different locations. How can our emergency systems help us with that?
We recently had some training with our administrators in regards to immigration enforcement in the area, and it did come up because we were talking about when incidents might happen in and around the area of the school sites, and so we know that this is something that's happening, and it's a fear that's in the community. And so when we were talking to the administrators, we were talking about how although this may be specific to this type of activity, that we already have systems in place in regards to when things happen in the community, and how we can rely on the emergency plans that we already have. And so we actually kind of talked through a couple of things. If this were to happen, what would you normally do if this happened? Okay, well, we would normally do this. Does that work? Or like if you close down these gates and you went back to a single point of entry, or if you did a shelter in place, would that still work? And so as we talk through these incidents, myself and Mr. Angel with the principals, I think we came to the conclusion that they already have procedures already, and that they may not need to implement new procedures for their campus, but I think everybody came to the conclusion that they need to review those with their security teams and with their staff.
Thank you for your responses. I appreciate it.
Just want to say thank you to all three of you. Excellent presentation, and I understand almost all of it. We are going through the same thing at my district. I can't say enough. I continue to be a broken record regarding Parent Square. It's fabulous. I love it where I work. It's going to be great. As far as preparing for emergencies, also where I work, we've had a couple of different instances where we were scared to death, and this makes me super happy. We are definitely moving in the right direction, and I love it, so thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I have a lot new to add, but I'll try to be quick. Yeah, I echo what we've heard already, just the partnership and all the hard work you guys have been doing, working with different community partners and all the different departments in the district. It's great to see all of that coming together. I think a lot of what you've told us about are things we have had in place or somewhat in place, like the phone system and a lot of the school messenger, but we're really refining it and kind of pulling it all together. And it's not just a bunch of different things. It's like how it all looks, and it is dependent on different, scenarios, what you're going to use. I love the idea of having the pre-done messages for school messenger and for whatever else you're going to use. Because as a former principal, when you have to make a quick message and you're rattled anyway, and what do I say and how do I say it so I don't alert people too much, but I need to let them know what's happening, it's really hard to do that when you're under that kind of stress. So to have something you can just say, here's the right message, I can just do that. Also, I was just thinking that probably all of the office staff at the sites need to make sure that they all know how to use the school messenger. In some cases, it's just the principal does it, or just the principal and the office manager, the health clerk, the attendance clerk, the whoever else is in that front office, because you don't know who will be there when a message needs to go out. So I think just to make sure that they've all had that training is good. It's not hard to do, but even sending a text message through that on your phone, you can do that too. That should be something probably the whole office staff is trained on. And I'm sorry, I just need clarification on the speakers. They're going to be in every classroom, the big ones with the visual, or those are the outdoor ones?
Yes, so
Those are.
let me just move over.
There was 2,000, right, that were?
Yes,
Okay.
so at the moment, we have speakers that do not have the high definition
visual.
display below them. They're primarily just on the outside of buildings to cover the external areas. That's what we have today. And at the bond buildings and the modernized buildings, we do have these speakers inside of the classroom at the moment. So, of course, this is going to be a loudspeaker. It's much more robust as far as volume goes.
Yeah.
And so this is the state that we want to get to, is to have one of these in every classroom.
Okay. Just a couple things with that. I know right now the all call messages go out through the phone speakers, and in some classrooms, and you guys know because you've probably heard us complain about it in the past and probably now, that in a loud classroom where there's a lot of engagement and talk, and you don't always hear those, and even the phone volume isn't turned up as well. So, and I know that that's going to help maybe, and I don't know if there's a way to do it when you're installing them. I'm sure it's easier to do it all one side at a time. But if there's any way that you can maybe get some of those in the classrooms, it tends to be the littles, the TK classes that are, my kindergarten teacher would call and say, I did not hear a word of that. You know, so I don't know if there's a way to prioritize, but that, you know, thinking 2 years is a long time to have all the classrooms, I understand, but just maybe something to keep in mind. And also with the visual, something that I think one of either Trustee Vane or Yamazaki mentioned, having the parents just notified, because if they all of a sudden see something flashing and it says lockdown, they are going to go to the school, which is not what you want them to do. And so they need to be aware that, hey, these things are going to be out and this is what they do, whether the principals are letting them know it back to school night or through newsletters or whatever, but they really need to make sure PTAs are informed and everybody knows what they are before they just appear. Because again, neighbors too, because they're going to see lockdown or shelter in place and no one's going to know what that is, or they're going to start to panic. So communication there would be good.
Those are very good considerations, absolutely. Just keep in mind that this particular model is an indoor model, and it will be just for indoor office spaces and for classrooms.
So the display won't be on the outdoor?
Correct.
Okay.
And so on the outdoor, there's these compressed horns. They pretty much just look like a speaker. So the message is not going to be displayed outside of outside.
I think you said that before. Thank you. There's a lot going on. And then just quickly, the walkie-talkies, the ones that we would be able to communicate within to other schools, will those just be primarily for key people like office staff and key people? That won't be everybody at the site, correct?
We envision that there'll probably be phases to that.
Okay.
And then we also envision that at, like through the first phase, as we implement some of these other technologies, I think we need to reassess as we go through to see if they're needed at every level, because some of these other technologies that we're looking into in terms of phones and other capabilities, that we should constantly reassess so that way we're not, investing in areas that are no longer needed. So we'll do that as we go through.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot to think about, but and I have more, but nothing too important. I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you. It's a lot of information, but I'm really excited just seeing where we've been and where we're at now, and still what's coming in the future. I feel like we're doing a great job with that, so thank you.
Great, thank you for the presentation again. I think I'm going to go back a couple slides. I don't know if it's 7 or 8 questions about the EOC and how you had training. Who participated in the training to kind of like build up the EOC again?
So the EOC, one of the things that we did was we had trainings per section. So we have several sections that are part of the EOC. Each section has a section chief, and that section chief has a group of people that are part of that team. Each section received their own training, but we also had an overall training that was general for everyone. On top of that, we also had a simulation. The simulation that we had a gas leak at one of our schools, and it was facilitated by our consultant. We all reported to the OC and pretty much gave us a scenario, and we acted. And I think that was the perfect exercise for us because a lot of us had no experience, but it also served as a great exercise to see how we're going to react. As we know, during emergencies, some people are going to react a certain way. Doesn't matter what role they're in, but overall, everyone in that room did a great job. Everybody had a good understanding of their role, but it was great to see a real life situation, something that can actually happen in our schools. That has happened in our schools in the past. But that's something that we will continue to do. Is we're going to bring back our consulting firm, but also do more exercises like that so we get more practice consistently and often.
So the follow-up question I have to that is that many of the people who are section chiefs may have moved, right? So we had many who
Yes.
retired or
I think
have
that's and
left.
that's a good question. I was going to mention too, just because it sounds like section chief or somebody's in charge of logistics or and we're talking about the folks here at the district office. So we've got executive secretaries that are in the room. We've got people from finance and we've got people from risk management and all different departments going there, getting the training, and then arriving there. And after the training, we're kind of like is everybody in their right spots, and should we? And then of course we're going through reorganization too. So we're looking at where everybody should land. And so I think it's something where we're constantly going to be moving people around and also retraining, which is part of why we continue our partnership with VIK, and we have the training materials, and we don't take those training materials and those manuals that we have for each one of our roles out of the room. They stay in the room, along with some of the other materials that are needed in case of emergency. They stay in the room. So you're right. It's going to be a constant thing, and I think that's why you see that we've spent some time re-energizing that EOC, because it's a spinning plate. If you leave it unattended for too long, it's going to fall. So it's something that's going to require our ongoing attention.
So potentially, I think what I'm hearing is that the position that person has on the EOC would follow the position, like for example at the DO. So then we always know the administrator of secondary is in charge of this.
It tends to go like that because you may want to have certain people that need to pay, certain things, because we need to procure certain things in an emergency. So you want your purchasing department to be in that area of procurement. So that tends to be how it goes, and that's what Vic has done for us. As we go through assigning roles, they'll tell us, kind of generally who should be considered for those roles.
Okay. With the cameras, how long do you keep the footage?
We keep the footage for 30 days.
Okay. And that's the cameras at every school site, right?
That's correct. We have about 1,200 feeds, all streaming back to the district office 24/7 for 30 days.
Okay. That's a lot. I also had questions about the communications that the principals are sending out to their families. And are you generating template letters that every site could potentially use depending on the emergency that are also bilingual? Obviously they're going to edit it based on what the emergency is or the specifics, but is there something like a database that our administrators can use knowing that there's an emergency that, for example, Trustee Pelley was saying, the entire office staff knows, if we need to send this text out, it's already written. They don't even have to think about it.
So yes, we currently do have a library of messages that we have drafted over time. So anytime there's any kind of emergency or any kind of situation at the school site, their SES coordinator is working directly with the principal to make sure that the appropriate message is being shared with the principal. But of course, we're editing the message to make sure it's specific to the actual situation. And yes, it's being sent in English and Spanish.
Okay, so that's a good thing. We don't want to wait for translation to hold up an emergency message being sent out. With the lock blocks, I know that I think you shared earlier the dates that everyone was trained for a potential threat, but are our students aware of what they are and can they use them as well? Because in a scenario, like in a classroom, there's typically 2 doors, so maybe the teacher is holding everyone on the other side. Would a student be able to then use the lockbox to lock the other door?
So ideally, every student in the classroom should know what a lockbox is, but if you notice, some of those are high, and they're purposely high, so that way, our little ones don't have access to that. So the adult in the classroom should be the ones who activate that lock block in the classroom.
Okay.
I was just thinking, as long as the adult's not hurt or injured, I mean, hopefully at that point, that wouldn't be an issue anyway, but it might be, I don't know. It's just something to think about, maybe if there was somebody else in the room. I guess with the littles, you would have an aide, well, in TK, but yeah. That might be something to think about. I actually had, just quickly, sorry, a question about the lock blocks. I know the purpose is for easy access, and teachers have door monitors, the kids can open up the doors. But it came up in a meeting I was in earlier this week, just if someone is on campus, then there's no point in having your door locked already. If we don't know someone's on campus and then the lock block's on, the door's basically unlocked. So I know as a teacher, it's hard to have that door shut and locked, and a kid's always having to come up or someone's having to knock, but it's just something to think about. It's basically an unlocked door. Yes, it can lock quickly, but, I don't know. There may be a situation where we need to start thinking the doors just need to be closed and locked all the time, but hopefully not.
It's okay. You have
go
a
ahead.
follow-up question to that?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to move on to the desktop phones, but if it's
No, go
related
ahead,
to it.
No, it's not related
Okay.
to that.
Slide 13. So every classroom should have a desktop phone. I'm curious to know what happens when the power goes out. So what's the backup system for that?
That is a great question. Unfortunately, if the power does go out, the phone does go out at this time, with the exception of the front office, which has a battery backup for the network equipment. But you are correct. The phones would go out in the classrooms if the power did go out.
So at a school site, like maybe if their classroom's close to the office, those teachers would know what's going on. But what would happen? Like, do we have a backup plan for the teachers that are in portables in the back of campus, and they're unaware of what's happening?
I think that's why we were talking about a redundancy, because if we're talking about every particular scenario that may happen, you may land up relying on a radio. And if your emergency goes past a certain amount of hours, the radio may go dead. And then you're going to rely on your cell phone. And if the cell phone has a certain battery life and the power's out and you can't recharge it, that will die too. So we're trying to layer various channels and potentials for what could potentially happen in various scenarios. So we're just, putting different strategies in place, not knowing what could potentially happen. So, and then, as we're talking about, radios, one of the things we're talking to our vendors about is about the repeaters that you need and the backup batteries that you need for the repeaters when the battery goes out. So all of these things have conversations and things that have to be in place, and they're very long conversations that we have to make sure that all of these pieces are in place.
No, exactly. And I am not envious of your jobs at all. But you did mention that you're applying for grants to get additional radios, mainly because, like you said, only most school sites have them. And even at those school sites, not every person in a room has one, right? Not every room has a radio. So, that just creates additional issues. So I think that's what my question is about the radios, like how, in addition to purchasing them, will there be a sustainability plan? Because we've seen in other school sites that have had radios for a long time that it takes a while to then even replace them. So maybe half the staff will have radios. So that's just a concern that I have. And then just a lot of things that we heard in the entire presentation, it's continuing to enhance the communications that the district has with going out. And I think that's a concern that we've heard for a really long time, especially from families. But something else that I really haven't heard is how our district is prepared to contact emergency services. I know our district office and our administrators are prepared to contact emergency services, but are we exploring those panic buttons a lot more? I know you have a lot of future capabilities that you have listed here. And so I'm just curious to see, in addition to everything else that you're implementing, is there a timeline of when you're exploring those?
Let me speak to at least the technical capabilities and some of your concerns there. And that's why we're looking deeply into the InformaCast platform. So one of your concerns, first and foremost, about communication out to let's say, a portable that has a phone that's down. That's why we're looking at text messages and phone calls going out to the registered phone number from staff, for example. There's other opportunities such as a QR code that anyone that walks onto a campus can scan and be part of that emergency notification group. And then we are exploring or going to explore the InformaCast app that is on a phone. So if a user, a staff member would like to install it, then they would get the alerts on their phone. And the cellular networks nowadays are the most robust networks out there. They'll survive earthquakes and power outages. As far as, so those are some of the things that we're looking at. Also, the InformaCast system does incorporate the ability to sense from panic buttons. Interestingly enough, the panic capability can also be included onto these phones. And the system is vendor agnostic. We can actually look at a lot of different platforms that can integrate into this platform. So I think just building off of the investments and the infrastructure that we already have, we can go quite a long ways, and we have the opportunity to look at a lot of other possibilities, such as panic buttons as well, from a technical perspective.
So it doesn't necessarily need to be the one that attaches to your lanyard. It could be something that you use on your cell phone.
Correct. So we're going to be looking into that also, and then something that's important to note about the one that people a lot of times look at the one that's on the lanyard that connects to that network. That's a lot like InformaCast, and some have their own priority, like their own network that they do, but it's the same technology. So it doesn't automatically connect from that lanyard to the emergency services. It needs to go through that same network, which could be down if there's a power outage, unless you buy the battery backup through that company and install that network as well. So you can buy a panic button and have it attached to the InformaCast network as well. So it's not just a standalone all by itself.
Okay. So, but what's the timeline on the exploration of all of it?
Well, we're working feverishly on getting the InformaCast features first installed for the phones, the desktop computers, laptop computers, and the IP speakers. And then simultaneously, we're working on the others, but we don't have a timeline on the projection on those, as well as some of the things that were referenced there that were cell phone related with the WPS network and the FirstNet, which are cell phone related.
Okay. So everything this coming year
So
to share out.
At least updates.
So
Updates.
the implementation of InformaCast, our goal is by December 2025, like I mentioned earlier. I know Ernie mentioned the FirstNet and the wireless priority services. I know there was a question that was asked, what happens if cell phones go dead? Well, as in education, district offices now have access to a network that is typically given to first responders. So that's something that we're also going to be exploring down the line. But the priority right now is to integrate our InformaCast system at all school sites across the district with the current devices that we have right now. So that implementation, our goal, it's not just the technical side of things, but it's also the training that will be provided to the school sites as well.
Okay. Thank you for all your hard work.
You're welcome.
You mind? Okay. First of all, my apologies to the audience because I know we're taking a long time, but I think everyone knows that this is really a huge priority for us because the safety of our students is really important. I know there are many types of emergencies, and I think the one that we fear the most is the active shooter. And I know we're prepared to do active shooter drills. 10 years ago, there was an active shooter locked down at Canyon High School. And I was actually on the campus, and so I was in the room when we had to, when I think about it, it's so scary. We had to huddle in the room because there was a lot of sirens outside, and we knew that there was an actual active shooter down the street, and we didn't know where he was going to go. And I think there was 15 of the basketball players. We were all in the coach's room. They were getting ready to go play. And when this lockdown occurred, it was crazy because it was right at the end of the day. There were students in the parking lot. And I have to commend Mark Lofink and Ashley Higuera. They were both there, and they did everything they can to keep the kids safe. They were calling kids back from the parking lot, but kids were like, "What's going on? I don't know," you know? But they were like yelling at them, like, come back, come in this room," and they didn't know what was going on. There was no system that told them that they had to go back to the room. The shooter was just down the street. And it was truly one of the scariest moments for all of us. But I definitely wanted to say that our teachers are willing to put their lives on the line for the students, and I saw that firsthand. And I know that we try to anticipate as much for every scenario, but being that it was after school, like, how do you get the kids back into the classroom? Those are things that we have to think about, every little thing. And unfortunately, there was a life loss. I'm sure you remember. And so I also wanted to think about the scenarios, but also to make sure that we have counseling available for the students, because that was pretty frightening. And I don't know. So thank you for all you're doing, because it's not easy. The other question I had while we were talking is, do we have numbers on the roof or any kind of identifiable thing? Like if there's, helicopters that drive by and they have to identify the rooms, or I'm just curious, is that something that we would consider?
Villa Park, I think is the only one. I might be wrong, but to my knowledge, the only school that has numbers on the roof is Villa Park High School at this moment. But that's something that, when we talk about identification, enumeration, that's something that was also considered as well.
Okay. Because I think, one of the things that they sent out was a helicopter right away, right? Because they wanted to make sure they could find where that shooter was going, and at least they can say, oh, it's going towards this building, 200 building, and so at least everybody in that building could be aware of what was happening. Absolutely. Yeah. So, thank you. And it was pretty scary.
Okay. Well, thank you to all my fellow board members for asking such great questions. I think I heard you say that's a great question about 25 times. So I agree. Excellent questions. Leaving me with none. So I appreciate the presentation. This is, I think, the first time we've had something this thorough. And I do appreciate that, and all the integration of all the departments and the coordination that it takes is obvious from your presentation, but we appreciate that you did this. So thank you. Okay, next we have consent items, and I believe there's a public comment on consent items.
We have one public comment on 11O.
Okay.
Call them up now. Mm-hmm. Okay, Kim Trask.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent, and also Greater Orange Area. I, Kim Trask, former Levita parent, ask the Board to add OCCA as stakeholder to King Consulting and the district staff's campus consolidation work, and approve item 11O. OCCA's Walnut campus is fully enrolled with a healthy waitlist, enthusiastic community, and high performance. The city blocked fiscally responsible development of Peralta, and OCCA is still ready to build, but where? They weren't given land from the state like OUSD. Please make a mutually equitable arrangement with OCCA. Your land holdings are plentiful. Since time permits, I want to offer something very unusual for a speaker. I have been a long-time resident of Orange for 13 years. And as I said, my kids have attended La Vida. I want to make my home open to any of the board members for communication, for understanding, for sharing of information. You have my email address. I emailed yesterday and today, and that offer stands. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mrs. Trask. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so consent items are taken all at one time. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
I'd like to pull 14F.
14F, okay.
Well, it's 14E and 14F. They're very similar.
Okay. Sorry. A lot of consent items. Okay, so 14E and 14F, Memorandum of Understanding between Behavior Frontiers and Orange Unified, and ratification for Memorandum of Understanding between PALS, ABA, and Orange Unified District Expanded Learning Programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay, so as to everything except for 14E and F, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Trustee Thomas, do I have a second? Second. Trustee Yamasaki, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so as to all other consent items, a motion passes 7-0. And Trustee Page, you want to address 14E first, please?
I mean, the questions are similar for both because they have very similar descriptions. So I don't know if I direct it to Dr. Whitmer, potentially. Yes? Okay. So these are both behavior supports for, I would assume, after-school programs. It says expanded learning. So is that ELOP programs where it's the courses, or is that ELOP like CARES expanded learning?
I believe, I'll double check with staff, but I believe this is for CARES and expanded learning programs.
Okay, all right. And which is great because that's some of the feedback that I think all of us heard going on the last few years, that students have behaviors during the day and instructional teams during the day, school hours, are aware of like how to support the students during the day, but maybe those supports aren't being carried on after school, right? Student behavior doesn't end at 2:15. It could continue on.
Correct.
And so I'm excited that these two are on here to address that, but I'm wondering if children who are eligible for this need to have what's the eligibility, right? Do they need to be on an IEP or a 504 plan? Do they need to have insurance to qualify specifically with either one of these groups?
These are great questions. I'd be happy to gather that information, provide it to you in an update.
Okay. And I think I have a couple more questions about it, but because this is so new, something new that we're trying to do in our program, like I want to ensure that we do it right. And so just having a system where we're evaluating like how it's working and like how many students are having those supports, and then just collecting the data, knowing that our students, that the actual behavior is being addressed, right? That we're not just checking off the box saying, well, we heard that there was behavior during CARES and therefore we brought in systems to support it, and then we're done, we're not going to touch it again. Like a potential like evaluation system. And then both of the groups on their websites also share that they offer parent education. So is that a part of the contract with OUSD as well, or are we using something completely different for parent education? So those are just my questions. I'm willing to make a motion, but I just definitely wanted to address that and also let the parents know who use CARES that there's additional supports being offered to them after school.
Thank you. We'll provide that information to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry, do you want to vote on these tonight? Okay, so you made a motion. All right, Trustee Page, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Pelly. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, item 18A, finally. We have public comment on non-agenda items. Madam Clerk, are there public comments?
Yes, and we have, I think I counted 6 or 7, so it's 3 minutes each. First up, Esteban Villa.
Scoot over this way. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community. My name is Esteban Villa, and I am speaking on behalf of our classified employees as we prepare for upcoming negotiations. We all know the cost of living is rising: rent, groceries, gas, everything. Our wages have not kept up. We are proud to serve the students of this district, but pride alone does not pay the bills. If this district truly values its employees, it must ensure our wages match the reality of living in our communities. A fair wage is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Affordable, reliable health care is just as essential. Too many of our members are struggling to keep up with premiums and out-of-pocket costs. No one working full-time for this district should have to choose between their health care and their paycheck. Every classified employee has a right to union representation, to speak up about unsafe or unfair practices, and to participate in union activities without fear of retaliation. Yet, some of our members have experienced exactly that. Hours reduced after speaking up, unfair scrutiny after filing complaints, or being passed over for assignments for exercising their rights. This is not only wrong, it's unlawful. Retaliation undermines trust, damages morale, and sends a message that using your rights comes at a cost. That cannot continue. The district has entrusted leadership and management to guide our departments with integrity, respect, and trust among employees. But when that power is abused, when rules are applied selectively, when personal biases influence decisions, or when leadership discourages employees from using their rights, it erodes the very foundation of that trust. Our contract is clear. The purpose of discipline is to correct and improve performance, not to punish. Yet too often, discipline is vague, write-ups are punitive, and the process feels more like retribution than a path to improvement. This is not leadership. It's misuse of authority, and it must end. We are asking for respect, not just in statements at meetings, but in the way we are treated every day. Respect means coming to the bargaining table in good faith, recognizing the value of every classified employee, and not approaching negotiations as us versus them. If you truly respect and appreciate us, show it by bargaining fairly, ending retaliation, and honoring the rights we are guaranteed by law and contract. To my fellow classified employees here tonight, your presence matters. Your voice matters. When we stand together, we are stronger. To the board, we are ready to work with you. We hope you are ready to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Karen Barone.
Good evening, Board President Erickson, board members, Superintendent Monarez, Cabinet, Community. My name is Karen Brown. I have the honor of being the president of OUEA. I hope everyone has had a fantastic summer break, a chance to recharge, reconnect with family and friends, and maybe even tackle those doctor and dentist appointments we all put off. You know the ones I'm talking about. For those of us with children, grandchildren, nieces, and nephews you took care of over the summer, I hope your summer was full of good memories and not too much time in the car shuffling from one activity to the next. As we kick off this next school year, I want to wish everyone a truly amazing year. To all of our new hires, welcome to our incredible community. To our new leaders, our new superintendent, Olga McCullough, Dr. DePauli Potness, and all of our new principals, we are thrilled to have you here. You've joined a team that is passionate, dedicated, and just a little bit overly caffeinated at times. We look forward to working collaboratively with all of you. As we embark on this journey, I want to remind everyone that we are all here for the same reason, to educate students. But it's so much more than that. Our purpose is to build communities, to spark curiosity, to foster critical thinking, and to help every child discover their own incredible potential. We're not just filling their heads with facts, we're helping them build the futures of their dreams one day at a time. It's an enormous responsibility, and it's the most important work in the world. I look forward to continuing my work as the OUA president, and most importantly, as a classroom teacher. So let's get out there and make a difference. And to all my OUEA and CSEA colleagues, may your coffee be strong, your lessons be engaging, your bladder hold to the next classroom break, the coffee machine never break down, and may you always find the perfect parking spot. This year is a new chapter for all of us, so let's make it a truly inspiring one for our students and for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just interject 1 second, just so you're aware, starting next month's agenda, we'll have a standing spot for a CSEA speaker at the beginning of the meeting and a standing spot for an OUEA speaker at the beginning of the meeting. So you have a dedicated time, so you don't have to wait for public comment. Obviously, you won't be able to have tons of people that are talking, but there will be a dedicated time. So.
Cassie? Thought I saw her. Graciela? Okay. Karina? Alexis?
Good evening, board members, executives, and members of the OUSD. My name is Alexis. I stand before you today as the president of Pueblo Unido, a youth-led organization that advocates for immigrant rights and serves as a voice for the immigrant communities here in the city of Orange and beyond. I am a proud alumni of the OUSD. I attended California Elementary, Europa Middle School, and graduated from Orange High School. So for me, this is not just a district, this is a home. I am here today because the school year is starting again, and with that, many families in our community are feeling both hope and fear. We are in difficult times. We live under a federal administration that has shown little compassion toward immigrants and all working class families. And while OUSD can't control what happens at the national level, you do have the power to protect and support the students and families who trust you every day. Let me ask you plainly, what policies are being put in place to protect students, not just while they're in class, but also during pickup and drop-off? What will happen if immigration enforcement were to show up near our schools, scaring parents, or God forbid, detaining them? I ask this not to spread fear, but to seek attention. Parents and students deserve to know that the district has a plan and that they are not alone. Does OUSD have resources on its website to help immigrant families? Are there Know Your Rights materials available not only in English but in Spanish, but also in other languages spoken in our community? Because we are a diverse district, and that diversity deserves protection. You may or may not know that myself and several other community members recently spoke at the City Council meeting in support of a resolution called Preserving the Public Trust in Law Enforcement Interactions, brought forward by Councilwomen Ariana Barrios and Ana Gutierrez. This resolution was a simple symbolic gesture, a statement that our city stands with immigrant communities. Unfortunately, the resolution was not passed, it was tabled, and it cannot be brought again. That sent a clear message. Many of our city leaders do not stand with us. Council members like Kathy Tavaleras, John Demetriou, and even Mayor Dan Slater said that their hands were tied, that this was a matter for Congress or the courts, which I understand. But if our city had passed the resolution, we would have had a stronger case to take to those higher levels. It would have shown that our city stands with us. That's why I come to you today, not just to raise concerns, but to ask for partnership. I'm asking the board to create a centralized webpage on the Orange USD website for immigrant resources, know your rights, and community events like food distributions or legal aid clinics, host community workshops in multiple languages that educates families on what to do in the event of immigration near schools. And most importantly, to send a message to the OUSD that OUSD stands with all families, not just in the classroom, but in their lives outside of school. We are not asking you to solve everything. We are asking you to do what you can right here and right now, to let our community know they are seen, heard, and valued. Thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and God bless you all.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much to everybody who came, everybody who spoke. We appreciate you coming here. Okay, now's the time for board member comments. Are there any trustees who would like to share? All right, you know what, I'm going to start with Trustee Glass, and we'll just come on down the line. You could pass if you would like to.
Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by addressing Dr. Menares. Dr. Menares has already shared in her superintendent report that she's met with about 50 people, et cetera, et cetera. I will always reiterate, we need you. Take your time. It's a marathon. We need your health. We need your mental health. So take your time. As we begin a new school year, I want to wish every student, every family, every staff member a strong and hopeful start to the school year. The first days of school are always filled with energy and possibility and the promise of growth, and that's in learning and friendships as well as in the community. I also know that all journeys into a new school year don't look the same. Some of our students and families face challenges that extend beyond the classroom, including concerns about housing, employment, safety, and in some cases, citizenship status. I want you all to know that in our schools, you are seen, you're valued, and you belong. Our district is committed to making every campus a place of safety, inclusion, and opportunity, a place where students, regardless of circumstance, can dream big and reach their potential. So let us support one another, celebrate each other's successes, and face the year ahead together. So to all the students, be curious, be kind, be courageous. We believe in you, but most importantly, my message is to ask questions, because it's cool to ask questions. It's also important for you to do your classwork, also do your homework. So it's really important to do that from the beginning. To our families, especially our parents and guardians, thank you for trusting us with your children. We are all honored to walk alongside you this year. I ask you, please give your students some freedom, some space, but yeah, check their homework and check their classwork and make sure they're doing it, because otherwise they won't do it. So finally, I want to just say thank you so much for another year. We want you to believe in us. We believe in you. Thank you so much.
OUSD has been busy. Our district staff were reviewing our outcomes data, looking at enrollment, closing down our fiscal and starting new fiscal years, working on our facilities project, as you heard, and spending time detailing our buses. Our teachers have also been very busy. Some went to Avid right away, like the first week of summer. And as a teacher myself, we're always thinking, just kind of in the back of your mind, about what you could do to advance your craft and advance your classroom further. OUSD leadership recently had a kickoff to kick off the school year, so our principals have been working hard getting ready for the new year. And families, I hope that you all got some rest and relaxation over the summer. I know some people are looking forward to new routines. Other people are kind of dreading the routines. I myself am excited for it, but also very much excited for an earlier bedtime. So I'll leave you with that, and I hope we all have an awesome week next week.
I hope everyone had a great summer. As we begin the school year, I would like to take the time to thank our teachers, administration, staff, and parents for their preparation. We are happy and eager to welcome our students next week and wish them a great school year. I want to echo what Dr. Glass said. He said it perfectly, and we are here to support our students. I also wanted to say I attended several PTA meetings and trainings the last couple of weeks, and I would like to extend our gratitude to our parent volunteers for supporting our schools and our students. PTAs, foundations, parent groups, and booster clubs are essentially tax-exempt businesses, and many of our parents are volunteering their time and resources to do the work. They bring in revenue, they create budgets, they assign tasks, they have meetings, they make decisions that enhance and supplement our schools. And they're busy planning fun runs, art programs, teacher grants, and supporting tournaments, just to name a few. So I just want to say an extra shout out to our PTAs, foundations, and boosters, and everyone for their support of our district, schools, and students. Thank you.
I'm so glad Trustee Glass went first, because he really recapped everything that I think what we're feeling. So thank you for those kind words. So something that I kept an eye out about this summer was our great partner, our public libraries. So Orange Public Libraries had offered programs and reading challenges for our students to continue keeping them engaged and building up those literacy points. And it was, I can't remember the exact number, but there were many of our students who participated in the reading challenge over the summer that were able to win different prizes and books to take home, including our El Medina site, who also offered lunch to our students in the month of July. And in the consent calendar, I also noticed that there's a total of $932,000 that our curriculum team was able to bring in grant funds. So it's like almost $1 million specifically to focus on our CTE programs and our workforce development. So thank you so much for bringing those additional funds and just being able to, I think the theme for tonight is enhance and expand. And so that's exactly what the curriculum team has done in order to support our secondary students with that. Also in our personnel report, I don't think I've ever seen so many new hires, and we're so excited that we have so many new educators joining our district across every single school site and our district office. I calculated the number of hours. There's 1,296 total hours of training that our educators did this summer. So thank you all for participating in professional development. That was Avid Summer Institute, AP, CPI, and CTE training. So that's just absolutely amazing for our educators to continue to build their toolkit to support our students throughout the year. And lastly, I want to thank Kevin Astor for holding down the fort in HR, and then also welcoming our new Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Olga McCullough. So thank you and welcome to Orange Unified.
Well, I agree. We'll just say ditto to Dr. Glass. He's always really good with putting things in just the right way. And I kind of was thinking, a lot about the same type of things, welcoming everybody back. We have new people, staff, students, administrators. We have our returning people who have been with us for a very long time, but we're all welcoming and we're all part of the OUSD family. I've just been thinking a lot about safety just over the summer, watching all the things that are going on and thinking about how our roles have all changed. It used to be our commitment to safety for students is always first, but it used to be about, the kid falls off the jungle gym. How do we keep them safe on the slide? It was very simple, an occasional fight. That's always been our first priority, but now we've got, the school shootings added a new layer to that. COVID happened, changed the way we looked at health safety, and then the fallout from that, mental health concerns. Now we have threats of possible ICE raids and other things to think about in our community. But as mentioned earlier, and I've heard this from several staff members, and I know it to be true, the protocols and the policies that we have in place, yes, we're updating, yes, we're collaborating. We keep kids safe, and the protocols we have already in place that we've used for a very long time, we know how to keep kids safe. Principals know, administrators, teachers. I think Trustee Yamasaki mentioned that. I think Mr. Gonzalez mentioned that. We're committed regardless of what's going on, and we adapt. We saw great, thorough presentation on safety and all the ways we're pulling things together and coordinating with each other. And now having Dr. Monares here, I really feel like you've been reaching out to community, and I agree, slow down. We need to, it's a marathon, it's not a race, but just getting all the input from everybody. We want to hear from community because it was also mentioned that coordination, training, and communication, those are key. And we get input from everybody, we coordinate, we communicate, we train, and that involves everybody, parents, community partners, OUEA, CSEA, teachers, staff, administrators, everybody. We know we've seen community come together for different things, and I'm looking forward to it, even though there's a lot of new things and some of them are a little unsettling. But I just hope people know that we are so committed, but I feel like we've done this, we've kept kids safe, and we will continue to do that and to care for our families and our staff and our students. But I think it's going to be a great school year. We've got a lot of great things going, and I'm excited for it. So thank you, and have a great year.
So thank you, Dr. Glass, also. I'm sorry to say it again, but we do want you healthy. I really liked that, the last board meeting. Thank you to all who helped prepare for school openings next week. I will just say I had my first day of school this last Monday. It's crazy. I can't believe I'm going to be 55, and I'm actually living my dream, going to retire at 55. But I'm not really retiring. I have 4 other jobs. So anyway, the leadership kickoff was amazing. I was only there about 2.5 hours with Trustee Vane. It was fabulous. We got to tour. That was the only school I haven't been to, and it looks amazing. We got to go in classrooms, and I thought a lot about Trustee Yamasaki because that's her area, and her kids went there. Anyway, I look forward to seeing and hearing about the school's opening next week, and I already signed up for the OUPSF Children's Street to volunteer, so I'm excited. With that, thank you so much.
All right. Well, wonderful. As always, thank you to staff for preparing a really robust informational meeting. Thank you to my fellow trustees for being so insightful and doing so much work before you show up to the meeting so that you can ask a lot of good questions. So thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who showed up. We appreciate it. We know that you have other things that you can be doing at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night, and well, some of you, maybe not all of you. But anyway, thank you so much, and I will adjourn this meeting at 9:55.